say I'm streaming Hyrule Warriors. Let me fix that. Stream manager. Unreal Engine? No. No tag. Fix that. Let's get these posted in the channel. Anything else? I think that's it. Add here. Starting stream now. I probably should update the splash screen for a loading Pangea. At least change it to the one that the actual game uses at this point. Once y'all get in, let me know how audio and everything is, if you can hear me fine. Or if the game audio or something is too low. That shouldn't really be a problem because we are doing more development stuff today, so shouldn't be a real problem today. Hey, Dino Notch, how you doing? Glad to have you in the chat. Let's see. We're gonna load up Pangea Major, which is gonna load very, very slowly. Let's get ready to go. Start it up now. While we're waiting on that, possible we could have some window capture of Blender. Actually, I can just call this Blender. Alright, we'll just window capture Blender. Move it down below video capture. Till we get that stuff up and running. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Yeah, the Australovenator. I've been really waiting on that. Because we needed a Mega Raptor in the game. So I decided to start working on the Mosasaurus too. Because, surprise, I think I'm going to try and make some Mosasaur AI in this stream. We'll see. It's going to be very different from the other AI. It's going to obviously spawn when you get close, and it's not really going to do much other than you know, spawn when you get close to the ocean and attack you if you're in the water. How close is in the water? We probably just needed to go do a little random thing. Really, everybody who's in the chat, everybody who's watching, really appreciate all y'all who are here. Helping us get started. And also, since this is the Mosasaurus that Raiden made, let's take a look at my Mosasaurus. Ah, yeah, no textures. Ah, boy. Alright, we won't be able to see its textures until Unreal Engine loads up, and then I can export them back out. But this is the old model I made. It's going to be a different type of Mosasaur. Something different. Hi, Tommy. Glad to have you in the chat. And you guys, don't feel bad or don't feel like you can't ask any questions while I'm doing this. I'll try and pay as much attention to the chat as possible. Let's get some questions going. Some thoughts and comments. Anything. Because Pangea is taking off, y'all. Really is. There's a lot of things about it. Like, just yesterday. Do we plan on adding Scorpio Venator? Okay, so I think, let me check the roster, because I know that name isn't in there, but we have Pike No Nemosaurus, which I believe Scorpio Venator is close to that size. It's 30 feet. Nope, it's 20. Okay, so that means it would be more likely to go as a skin or mod for one of these three. Rugops, Carnotaurus, less likely Carnotaurus, and Majungasaurus. So either it's a scaled down Pike No Nemosaurus, or scaled up Rugops, and then we modify the model from there, and it can end up being a separate skin, even if it's not the same size. You can end up still with that skin or that model. So yeah, that's that. We kind of are short on Abelisaurs when you look at the list. It is just 4. Ceratosaurs 2, Dilophosaurs, and then whatever the frick these two are, Coeluriosaurs and then a Noasaurid. We kind of are low on Abelisaurs given how many there were at the end of the Cretaceous, but that's fine. Okay, let me stop the navigation. Stop. Yeah, we won't show the exported textures stuff for the Tylosaur or whatever we're gonna call it. The extra Mosasaur. I can just show you in engine what it looks like. Come on. I'm over here. So that's the extra Mosasaur, the one I made several years ago. Oh, I didn't transition the screen. Give me a second. There we go. So that's the one I did. It's not as good as the one Raiden did, but I think it'll serve purpose to give some variety. Because this is like our thick Mosa. And then this is our thin Mose. Maybe this one could be like a 30-footer or something, and this is our 60-footer. Two different species. Alright, we're working on Australia and Antarctica. So, first, I need to figure out which land masses pertain to those regions. So we got this here, this is where May Verona is, and this here, and then a little bit out here. So it looks like these three, and nothing outside of them should really... Oop, no, we got this here. Let's see, I think... No, we're good. We can use just these three, and we'll cover the entire area. You will have aquatic creatures to play, but the whole thing was supposed to be dinosaurs and humans first. Then we get to pterosaurs, crocodiles, and marine reptiles and all that stuff after we've had a good, strong dinosaur roster and a good, strong human setup. But we can't... I'm trying to do, AI for Mosasaurus. It can be very different from AI for crocodiles because crocodiles have to be able to go on land, whereas the Mosasaurus just needs to swim and kill you. Update. I just fixed this today. You can drink from rivers now. So I can put as many rivers in the map as I feel like are needed, and you can drink from them. No more bland rivers that just cut through terrain and do nothing. What else? One person in the chat showed me their save load issues, and I was able to fix it because of what they showed me. And so you should no longer have issues with saving and loading, and that includes location. If you do, let me know. But I tested it several times. It was fine. So that was actually great, because there was one little hiccup with the saving system that I didn't like, and that was that you could only press it once, or it may run the risk of breaking your save file. So every other time you had to close the menu and then open it again to save, or it might cause issues. Seems like it's good now. Dang, these terrain pieces are taking a while. Alright, but while I got this open, let's show some other stuff. Will we be able to fish? Yes, that is something I want to happen. The problem is our current fish float above the water. And in fact, I think we have their little constraints set to be in the water, so I don't know why they're floating above the water. But you can technically fish already. It's just that all the fish are above your heads when you're in the water. I actually don't think there are fish in this map. I think I got rid of all of them. But in Gondwana, there should be plenty of fish. Yeah, I think I did get rid of all the fish in this map, just for that reason. Wood wandering fish. Okay, let me do a thing where I take the navigation and put it way above everything else, because I don't want it constantly trying to update the navigation when I'm building new landscapes. So, as you can see, this is Antarctica. This is Australia. This whole region is bland, tasteless, with nothing going on. So, my job today is to cultivate this into a Lielanosaur, Muttaburrasaur, Cryolophosaur, Australovenator ready area. And you know how I work. First, let's add a bunch of ridiculous mountains for no reason. Actually, that's not how I work. How I work is changing the texture first, because we're just desert right now. Side, and multiply it times 3. Yeah, we'll just try and cover the whole area. Yeah, I'm glad you're getting a gaming PC, because I want people to be able to enjoy this at the best quality they can. Because although we do have, the options to turn down settings and stuff, if you can avoid it, do, because the game, I put a lot of effort into trying to make it beautiful, so I feel like other people should be able to enjoy it. I wonder if my settings have got saved as like mid-tier, because it runs really well for me outside of the editor, so sometimes I wonder if that's what it was. Okay, now for this, I want this to actually be a beach. So, I'm going to turn down the size for this, and then set it to flatten, so I can get the same elevation here. There we go. Okay, now from there we can, things can lower as you get there. And I gotta remember, it's been a while since I've done like any landscape work, because these islands have been largely complete, or at least the portions of them people play on have been largely complete for a while. So I have to remember. Okay, let me sync these areas. I have to remember to save frequently. There we go. That must have been the plan all along, and I just didn't know where the shoreline was supposed to end for that one. Alright. Now let's do some beach texture. Oh, a little bit more in some of these parts that are kind of blended. I don't know why I remember sand being brighter than this. Oh well. That's fine. Okay, how high will Ostro be on the progression list? What is the progression list for? I don't know if we wrote a progression list for Megaraptorans, because I don't know if they spawn from the Carnosaur progression or from the Tyrannosaur progression. In fact, I don't think anybody knows. I think I was going to make them their own group. And they were going to have Fukui Raptor, then Australovenator, then Aerosteon. X Saucy, there is a Discord. Let me get a link for you. Invite people. Edit invite link after never generate. It's fine, I'll put it in both. Alright. There we go. There's a link. Let's see. Oh, but yeah. Megaraptorans were going to have their own tree, I think. Just like what's it called are going to have their own tree. Whatever Deltadromeus is. I think it's a Noasaur. I think they were going to have their own trees, even though Noasaurus technically starts the Ceratosaur tree. They were going to have their own little branch off of that. So that stuff just hasn't been started yet because those dinosaurs weren't initially planned for the game. But obviously you need to have the Megaraptorans just because Australovenator is so important to this region. Without it, Cryolophosaurus basically dominates just this whole area, and then there's nothing over here. Alright, let's get some mountain ranges going. Oh, glad you joined the Discord? Yeah, we have 3 Allosaurs in the game. We have Jamatsini, Epenterius, and Saurophaganax. Jamatsini is 20 feet, Epenterius is 30 feet, Saurophaganax is 40 feet, and you have to go through the tiers to get to the biggest. They play very differently from each other. Jamatsini plays more like a raptor, and Saurophaganax plays more like an apex. Okay, wait. First, this is a lesson I had to learn about areas like this. Highlands. You want to sculpt the highland first, and then from there you want to create the mountain ranges and stuff on it. Let's see. Obviously, I don't want it to be this vertical. In fact, if I can ramp this up, I will. Yes, you unlock stuff for good once you unlock a creature. Um, the game's out. You can get it now. Um, it's just early access, so not everything announced about it is done. Not every feature currently in it is done. It's just getting fixed all the time. Like, we've had a save system for, what is it, 2 months? Almost 2 months, at least. But it's had issues up until last night when I fixed one of them, the major ones. And that one's going to get pushed out in the next update, which is going to include a lot of stuff. It's for PC only right now, but we'll, try to expand support for Macs, and then try to expand support for Linux, and then see what we can do in the future with console. But we have to get strong PC support before we can move on to everything else. It's a dense jungle. Oh, well, Antarctica is more dense of a jungle than Australia. Both of them have their forests and jungles, but okay, so this is Antarctica right here. This is Australia over here, because these were their placements on Pangea. Antarctica was closer to South America. Well, still is. Closer to Africa and South America, and Australia was like over here in comparison. Nope. AI can cross boundaries. They just usually don't go that far. And then there are places like Hell Creek which have natural boundaries, like it's on a plateau from the Morrison Formation, which prevents it, prevents a lot of stuff from happening, really. Alright, now that we've done that, let's turn this way, way down. And set this to 2, and we're just going to smooth out some of these details. Yes, but usually they're not really well adapted for those environments. So even though a T-Rex could technically exploit stegosaurs in Morrison Formation, like, because they're slower, it can't survive the heat. It's not a. It would have to. T-Rex player would have to put all their specs into heat resistance, and then after that, then you could theoretically take advantage of formation. But it would probably just been easier to be good in Hell Creek than to spend all that time trying to take advantage of another area. That's kind of how this game, that's kind of how this game balances itself with having this many dinosaurs. Is you can be really, really good in your own environment, but you take one step in the wrong direction, and all of a sudden you're overheating, or you're dying of exposure. Everything's too fast for you, everything's too small for you, everything's too big for you. There's a lot of things that will prevent, say, a Utahraptor from just going into Dinosaur Provincial Park and being able to dominate there, because not only is the environment different, but the predators aren't just going to stand by. Especially when we're talking about players and there's limited resources as to what can be killed and whatnot. Alright, so now we can add our new types of plants, which I forget the name of, but I think I remember where they're located. That ain't it. These guys. Yeah, so they're similar enough, both in size and in power, that they could theoretically dominate each other's areas. But Despletosaurus has a little more raw power, Albertosaurus has a little bit better speed. You could take over somebody else's formation, but why would you chance it when they could fight you? Yeah, so Tarbosaurus will have like sand shoes, whereas T-Rex won't. So if T-Rex finds itself in the desert, he'll end up being slower on the sand than Tarbosaurus will be. Now that's not in the game yet, but that's an example. Foliage. Wow, this much effort just to load a read. Why did it give me that description? Darn it. Alright. I just noticed that the descriptions of the games, the descriptions of the streams are wrong, so I'm going to try and fix them real quick, if I can. Because it says I'm reacting to the Nintendo Direct. The name and streaming landscape development for Pangea. See if that fixed it. Nope. Let me edit them one by one. Let me just take a second. Does Twitch have a description? I don't really see one, so I'm not going to update that one, but I can update this. There we go. Alright, back to it. What were we doing? Read. take these two foliage pieces, add them to our group. Okay, now I'm kind of very sick of foliage pieces aligning to the terrain perfectly, so I set it to 0.5, and it should be a little bit more vertical because, you know, plants grow up. At least they try to. It's okay with things like grass where you can get away with it, but I'm sick and tired of my plants always growing off at a 45-degree angle. Alright, let's see what questions I've been missing. Will you be able to... Right now, all you have are personal servers. I mean, they're not private, but there are no dedicated servers for the game. You have to start one, and it'll go down once you quit, the person who owns the server. How is Torvosaurus versus Saurophaganax going to work since they both bullied Allosaurus? Well, first off, Torvosaurus in this game is about equal to Epanterius, which is the mid-size Allosaurus. It's a little bit more power, but what you're thinking of is Edmarca. In our game, Edmarca and Torvosaurus are separate. So Edmarca and Saurophaganax are on the same plane. They're 40-foot mega carnivores in the Morrison. They're strong, but they're not nearly fast enough to be able to bully an Allosaurus, because an Allosaurus usually is hunting different prey and in a different part of the map. To prevent KOSers having private servers. Totally be able to give you guys admin privileges once that stuff is up and running, so that you can kick KOSers if you don't like them. But I typically don't like servers with a bunch of rules, because if I spend time programming stuff, I don't want a server owner telling people they can't stand in the water. Like, really? Or that they can't swim or something. Lumpy ground. Add that grass. Wow. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's see. Well, I gotta do something with the foliage real quick. This one in particular, because I don't think it was already done. I guess with the trunk. I wish they weren't separate materials. Let's check. Okay, they're using the same base, which means I can just use this here and copy over the material code from the ferns. Okay, the grass strength is 40, max offset at 10, and the bench strength is 2,000. So 40, 2,000, and then 10. So now I get the code from here. And the add. And I combine it with this. Yeah, they say there's interaction, but it never actually works. Alright, so make sure this is 40, this is 2,000. Actually, since it's a tall thing, we can do 3,000. And then an offset of 10. That blade of grass gives my life purpose. So basically what I just did is I added the ability to interact with the foliage onto the reeds. Okay, so once I get something up and running. We don't have any dinosaurs yet in the game that spawn in this region. So I'd have to move over to this region. I guess the nearest place to start from would be here with Majungasaurus. I don't know if Majungasaurus is already in the save list. Oh, did the video actually run out? Let's move over to my favorite song to listen to from Walking with Dinosaurs. R.U distance scale space 5. Look at that quality, 30 frames per second, and 5 times the distance we should be using. 48 and regular distance is fine, because that means that in the cooked version it'll run faster. And obviously this is the only plant here. I don't know how tall these are, though. Could end up being minuscule. Alright, we've done some work, and I haven't saved yet, so let's save. Ask me? That's the rest of what it says. Oh, you sure? Because you can always turn down the grass density, the view distance, and then turn down a lot of your other settings, even though it's not optimal. Well, it is optimal, even though it's not the desired result. And that way you can get the game running better. Tell us, give answers. Well, I may be wearing a shirt that says "Ask me," but that doesn't mean I have the answers. They just gave me the shirt and said, "Now tell us." I think the shirt has power, but I didn't gain any knowledge from it. All right, so I'm going to try load up. Since we already loaded some of the map. Maybe it won't take that long. Let's go. Let's see if we can head back to Blender without the whole thing crashing down. Wow. Nope, never mind. Can't get a steady result. Hey Zeno, how you doing, man? Glad to have you in the stream. Yep, being real slow right now. I'm doing good. Not much sleep today, but that's fine. Because I was spent. What did I do last night? Ah, yes. I did a very, very, very only 5% of the way there setup for a Jurassic World Evolution style combat system. Dueling system. So it's so early that I had to turn it off for the stream because I don't want you guys to see it in this early state. It would only work with the AI, but it would help if you guys did like documentaries to help the dinosaurs feel more alive when they're fighting. Australia loving that grass. Yep, he's a quilly boy. And I feel like with this color scheme, he's gonna fit right back in his world. It's still taking a long time. I still need to get Edmarca and Pachyrhinosaurus in the game. I will use my hacks to see it. Ha! Okay. Pachyrhinosaurus, Edmarca. Then I got this guy, Entroodon, which makes 4. And then we got Tall Boy coming to the game soon. All herbivores will be able to graze and eat grass soon. I got the functionality laid out, just not turned on yet because we don't have grazing animations and I don't want to use the same ones we use for bushes. And I think grazing animations should loop anyway. And I don't think, even though our eating animations technically loop, I don't think that they're not real loops. Okay, let's see how this is doing. Using a lot of memory. Trying to get this up. Let's turn off extra textures. No, you cannot play as a blade of grass. You can play as a Nanosaurus, and that way you'll be very close to the grass. Or a Scutellosaurus, which is the smallest thing in the game, playable thing in the game. Let me close some of this stuff. Still taking its sweet time. Okay, well it just updated the screen, so maybe it's getting close. There we go. It's up. Didn't unlock Majungasaurus, so let's use something else. Yes, Cryolophosaurus is supposed to be a thing. He's just not in the roster anymore. Weird reason, because he was originally in the Megalosaur and Spinosaur tree. And then we just decided to go with Piotnitskysaurus for that. Alright. Let's see if I can get this guy all the way over there with no problems. Nope, he's already in the water. And And I lost it. If it wasn't going so slowly, I could get him. You know what? Rather than trying to fight the system, I think I'll just set it to 20 times speed. There's plenty of those in the game. Wastelands and deserts and desolate areas. There would even be a tundra wasteland. Alright, let's test this out. And they're kind of bending out of the way for it. It's kind of difficult when you're using two materials, but I feel like it works. It's a little off. So what I'll do... for both of these. So I'll set the distance from mesh to 55. And for both of them, I'll try and set, let's set the strength just to 10,000 to see real quick. Should probably be even just because they're connected to each other. I think that works, at least for now. Okay, really. There we go. This is to make sure that the areas outside the forest are properly decorated. What creatures will be in these wastelands? The kind of creatures you'd expect to be able to find anywhere, like small raptors that seem kind of nameless and faceless, iguanodonts. Definitely mammals or crocodiles or monitor lizards. I'm going to try and keep the big attractions in their formation, so that's your best way of seeing them. Alright, let's try our ferns and our best trees. Make a little forest here. I think. Thought I made the monkey puzzle part of this, but so few monkey puzzles spawned. Alright, so monkey puzzles have been reduced. Let's bump it up by 10. Maybe more? What? Why so few monkey puzzles? They're like avoiding anything else. Something to do with this collision I set up and didn't mean for it to be set up this way. Probably because it's something like collide with world or something. There we go. Yeah, it was just too many of them. I think 5 times as many is a good number. Maybe. Still feel like we need more. The monkey puzzle. And less of everything else. I think that's starting to look like a prehistoric Antarctica. Yeah, can't wait till we get Argentinosaurus. Yeah, I know the game would be better with dedicated servers, but I can't do it. Game engine, gives me a lot of crashes whenever I try to compile it for dedicated servers. There's a new thing I'm going to try, but I've been more focused on getting newer content out than returning to that same old conversation. I don't know if anybody in the current chat was here during these days, but about 9 or 10 months ago, I had a test map. I cannot believe how far this game has come in just a year. I had a test map which had a mountain in the center that was covered with monkey puzzles kind of like this. And this just brought back memories of that. Actually, it was more monkey puzzles than this. It was like covered. What's the max alignment? Okay, that's fine. Let's try and get rid of some of these and then do them over. So it's a little bit more dense up here on the mountain. Yeah. This should be in whatever... I don't know, is it 1.6 or 1.7? Whatever's the next thing that comes out, this should be a part of that. I'm going to obviously try to have things for the Australovenator to eat, even if they're just reskins. Echo fighters, as we call them in Smash Bros. And of course, I want some independent forest and jungles, separate from the main ones. Let's try something. First, let's save, because I'm sick and tired of working on stuff for a long time and then, oh, I forgot to save. Yep. It's gonna be amazing. Because I made Antarctica on the original Pangea map. You know, you guys remember the one from the first demo. Hopefully you did. And it just ended up being nothing. Like, nothing was there. And nothing inhabited the area. Nothing did anything there. It was like, why did I work so much on this? And this was back when the map was twice as big as this map here. So, it was just vast wastelands of nothingness. You guys should have seen when that was the biggest map that was in the game. Twice as big as this one. That map was still 1/10 of the size. Or was it 1/10? I think it was 1/10 of the size of the biggest map that I worked on, which didn't even get a third of the way complete. It took, I don't know how many hours. I of course sped up the time, but it took several hours just to get across Australia. Like, if Pangea was a single-player game, I would totally think of doing it that way. But I just don't know that it would be possible for a server to handle that much information, given some things we know. Alright, let's paint some, I believe it's this texture. Check it out right here. Yes, it is, because that gives us grass. Alright, snow grass. So we're going to overlay a little bit of snow grass here. And it just gave us rock. Because it's a mountain slope, it gave us mostly rock. Set this one back. Obviously, with all this green here, this doesn't look right. But I will do my best. Make sure. Oh, I wish it was all fun. It's just fun when it works. It's not fun when you're sobbing to yourself because the thing doesn't work and then you realize it was a thing that you forgot to do that stopped the thing from working. That's not fun. But I wish it was all fun. Chores don't suck. I mean, yeah, they do. Let's kind of running out of ideas here. Let me look up episode 5 of Walking with Dinosaurs. Walking with Dinosaurs, Antarctica. Need a little bit of inspiration. This picture's not bad. It's not even from Walking with Dinosaurs. That's actually sick. Alright, let's try to create a giant system for a river. Maybe the river can run through here. Let's try that now. Whoops. The terrain doesn't continue to go down. And then the ocean's right there, and I don't want that to happen. So I might have to make this connect properly. One way to do it is a ramp. Make it a little wider than should be. Maybe I should make this wider if I can without breaking stuff. Easy scale. There we go. Alright, let me check the chat. I haven't been paying attention. I'm good. I mean, I didn't go outside anyway, so the pandemic barely affected anything I do. You gotta add an outback for Australia's sake. Oh wow, there's a couple of things I missed. Let's see. Yeah, I get revenues from the game. That's first thing. Man of culture. When you run out of ideas, you make them. That's pretty much. What's up? Outback. Oh yeah, migration is gonna be sick. What do you mean expanding some trees? Make a water hole referencing Broken Jaw. It would have to be in what's our equivalent of Portugal. We don't really have much for Europe. We don't have anything for Europe. Europe is right here. We don't have anything. Oh wait, no, we have Isle of Wight. It has iguanodons and baryonyx, but we don't have anything for this area here. So I guess we could do something in memoriam to Lorena. Separate subspecies of Allosaurus and everything else. Let me turn down the speed of the camera a bit. I think I'll change the flow of the river too. I'm at to fix that. Okay, now it's moving too slow. Good thing I made rivers drinkable fromable. Expanding to Tanzania. Yes, it's Tanzania. I keep trying to say Tanzania. It's Tanzania. Okay, I missed some more stuff. Oh, you mean like knocking trees over? That code is in there. It's in the trees in Cloverly. You just walk up to a tree and press T, and it'll knock over the broadleaf trees. Marigaya to Portugal. I think we'll have something that can stand in for Marigaya. And Cerrado, of course. We got to do Cerrado and D. I want to do a sauropod run, even though it'll take 3 to 4 hours. Yep. That'll be fun, but I'd suggest you wait till the tall boy is added, the tall drink of water. Yeah, Rip Marigaya being slaughtered by European Torvosaurus. Cerrado is marginally faster than Aloe. Well, Cerrado is marginally faster than Epanterius. It is not faster than Jimatsini. And it is not stronger than Epanterius or Saurophaganax, obviously. No, it doesn't get slaughtered. It can outrun an Aloe. And it's got a knockback attack where it throws its head back and just can knock back an Allosaurus. As long as I remember to give things knockback animations. Okay, let's clean some of this up. Good. I feel like the river is too fast given its size. I don't know if that makes sense, but it just looks too fast. Like if you were up close, it would just whisk you away. That's the physics flow speed, which isn't the speed. Alright, I guess none of those things control those. Maybe it's controlled in the material. I guess so. Come on, just give me the speed. That ain't it. That was that. Okay, that's it. So it's all three of these. There we go. I feel like that's more natural. No, Rugops shouldn't be able to solo an Oranosaur. I mean, if you're good. If you're sticky, you will. Sticky Utah. There'll be more things in the environment. It may not have to be a scavenger, it can do other things. I like this part here because it's actually almost flush with the terrain height. So, going to add river rock texture. Darn it, this shouldn't include grass. But I wasn't thinking when I did it. Okay, that was layer 2, wasn't it? It doesn't include grass. I think it was just keeping the grass over because I didn't fully paint the layer out. There we go, that was it. So let's set it to that. And then I guess you want more fall off. And what this is supposed to represent is the type of area that the polar allosaur was in when it was eating that Muttaburrasaura carcass. This is supposed to be the riverbed like that. And there's no rocks. There's no rocks. Nobody panic, but there's no rocks. There's no rocks. There's no rocks. There's no rocks. It just built grass maps. Did it generate rocks? It didn't. Okay. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Right here, use rocks. My goodness. There we go. There are rocks. Yeah, the requirements on Steam are ballpark, but they should give you an idea of what's best to be able to run the game. You know, since I just changed the material for the speed. Maybe I can change the material for the color. Okay, I can always set it back if I don't like it. A little bit bluer, a little less green. Now, in case of this area here, I want a forest. Inside. Of course, we had to compile shaders for one little area. Alright. Wish I could make a collection of these, but I'll just have to remember palm trees at the top, ferns, and monkey puzzles. Alright. Who knows, I probably can make a collection and just not well versed enough to know. Oh, I changed the overall density, so I gotta change it back. I think it was 0.2. Oh. Before I run out of memory. Alright, let's set the view distance to 5 again so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, it does. It reminds me of the old map too. Look at that. I bet you some Leelanosaur can hide in there. And look, a clearing. Oh, we're still set to 5 times the distance, aren't we? So let's clean some of that up. Now you can have your Muttaburrasaurus right here, and then have your Leelanosaur in the forest, and your slow little Australovenator patrolling the area trying to look for a way to overtake it all. I see some more conversations. Let's see. Yep. Out of water hole there in the clearing. Oh, the Carcaro from Planet Dinosaur. I thought you meant from Dinosaur Planet, which is Aerosteon, which is going into the game too. Are there any swampy areas? In fact, well, this won't be a swamp, but that just made me think this area here. Whoops, I'm gonna sneeze. Never mind. Maybe not. This area here can utilize the water system, the dynamic one. Did I handle the box extents any other way, or was it just scale? Material, water sim. Okay, I guess I just scaled it. It's been a while since I added one of these, like several months. Sure this covers the boundaries. Alright, now my secret. On top of this, we add our translucent water at the same height. Okay, by at the same height, I meant if you can see the height of either one. There we go. Alright, that's flush against it. This allows them to be able to swim because it's different types of code needed, blah blah blah, meshes. So I need to check water against water. So that... This guy needs to be parented to this guy. Same height. And then this guy needs to be set to hidden in game. So that way you only see this one. Now you can swim. What hadrosaurs where? So many things happening when I look away. Yep, that was an Aerosteon. They called it Carcharodontosaurus because they thought it was... Well, they called it a Carcharodontosaur. Because Aerosteon was thought to be a Megaraptoran, which were thought to be Neovenators, which are derivative Carcharodontosaurs. But they're not. The specimen was an Aerosteon, I think supposed to be an Aerosteon. And now it's just not a Carcharodontosaurid. Yeah, hadrosaurs aren't a joke in this game. They'll kill you. They'll kill all you. They're pretty powerful. Let's see, what else we got? Okay, so this little body of water will be there for... And thank you, whoever said swamps, because that reminded me that there wasn't, besides this river, there wasn't any water in this area. But I guess now that you can drink from rivers, it's not as big a deal. But I have a tendency to forget people need water or they'll die. So, don't let me forget stuff like that. Okay, guys? I think this is a good spot for a second lake. An actually large lake. Yeah, this works. And this reminds me I need to name the water bodies. So we'll call this one Antarctica. It also helps with making their sublevels later on. Alright, how big is this area? 50 times 50. 50 by 50, not times. And then 75. Okay, so 80. That should be enough. In fact, I can bring this in so we don't have waste computation on sim that we don't need. It's a little obvious here. Set it to 5 and be content. Nah, 6. If it's too much, proves to be too much, I can just change it later. Alright, so that's water in Antarctica. This is another water in Antarctica. So that way I can parent it. render hidden in game. The plan is to make all the water in the game the same dynamic, all the standing water to be the same dynamic solution we have here. So that means I'm going to have to replace some old lakes. But we have our system for optimizing it, which I think works. It's this lake distance view right here. Actually, that's not Paralotitan. That's Egyptosaurus. Because if it was Paralotitan, it would be a lot bigger. I know it seems like Andysaurus is pretty large, but it really is, by Titanosaur standards, a medium-sized sauropod. So once we get Paralotitan in the game, woo! That sucker's gonna be big. But nothing as big as Argentinosaurus. There aren't seasons in the game, but that's the plan because of the next update of the engine. The Sky system I'm using has a literal seasons system. But when I tried to update to that version of the engine, it ended up creating more problems than I was ready to put up with right now. So, meh. We'll either do it my own way with this version, or we'll update at a later date. Yeah, if you get two-shotted by an Andysaur, you'll get one-shot by any other giant Titanosaur in the future. Any of the ones in the 45 tons or heavier category. And we have a new AI spawning system, which should be better and more optimized. But I've yet to test it, so today is going to be the day that I test it. Or at least it was. Alright, so that's 3 places to get water in this entire region. If you die of thirst, it's your fault. Because you got the little pond here, in case you want to avoid attention from big predators. You got the river, which stretches... I don't know. How big is this game? I don't know. Is this a mile? Is this like a quarter mile? I don't know. I've never tested. So I'm going to make an example. On the x-axis, this should be 100 meters. So this should be 1,000 meters. I need to make it bigger on all axes or I won't be able to see it. Okay, so that's 1,000 meters. Let's do meters to miles because I'm an American. Let's do kilometers to miles because I'm really American. All right. Are you serious? These cubes are 1,000 are a meter each, and I just scaled it up by 1,000. So this is a mile? Sorry, this is a kilometer? Let's see what a mile is in this. It's 1,609. That's a mile. No freaking way. That's a mile? This map is huge. Yeah, I don't really think about it, but this map is gigantic. I mean, look how small the rocks are. There's no way. That doesn't feel right. But it's got to be. It's got to be, unless I'm crazy and it's not. The cubes aren't a meter. And I'm pretty sure they are. In fact, if we want to test how big a default cube is, let's bring it up above the ground. And then drop in a human. Yep. That's crazy. That's 5,280 feet. Neat. Alright, let's save, because I have a sinking feeling in my stomach. Ostro model's not in the game yet, but I can give you something comparably sized. Our Ostro is 23 feet, which is the size of our Utahraptor. I don't think the Utahraptor is 6 meters. I think it is 7. So Utah. Okay, can't even see it. Oh, that's because it was facing the other way. I'm sure I could have seen it if it was facing against the camera. But still. Like, that's insane. This area is that big. I forget sometimes. I guess that is a mile when you really look at it. Dang, them trees is tall. Whew! Small boy, indeed. So that means this river is super wide. Good grief. I know you can walk across rivers right now. So, how do I fix this real quick? It shouldn't take this long to load something that's already in the engine. It's already been loaded. It's literally in the level. No, you can't jump over that as a Utah anymore. You could in the early days, back before I added drop-off to jumping. Much more drop-off, because people could jump basically over it. Now, you can jump over it as an Oviraptor, which is stupid. Because Oviraptor's jump is stupid, because I forgot to fix it. Alright, where's the mesh? There we go. I don't want players walking on it, so turn that off. That. I guess we still have that. Alright, now that should work. Theoretically, that should work. I'm going to break a rule. I'm going to change the class selection to player controller, and this to Utah. So let's just save this stuff before it breaks. Run and use special attack. Run and jump and you use special attack. I thought I knocked over my green screen. Even without all that extra code, it's going to take a while to load up. Come on! We ain't got all day. You call hacks? Why is it taking so long? It looks like it's gonna take a bit. Alright, let's move back over to this because we have nothing ready for Australovenator. It still needs... Yes, it is growing. It's growing at quite a rapid rate. I'm just getting this part out. Back the way it used to be. Australia Venator isn't done. Doesn't have any animations, and its animations don't seem to port well from other dinos because of its drastically different shape. So, maybe a new custom set. Oh yeah, I did say I was going to work on Mosasaur AI, so... Tell you what I'll do. I'm going to save Pangea, and it's already checked out in my Perforce. I'm going to submit it. Then I'm going to check it out again and start working on it and delete all the AI from the level. That should make the level run faster. And my screen froze. Hurrah! That should make the level load faster for players and for me in the editor. And I will replace it with the new spawn system for AI. It's still not done loading. I'm telling you, it's those 450 already loaded AI blueprints. Once we cut that down to virtually nothing, and all that has to happen is the player has to load in, and then when they get near stuff, that stuff will load up. Be a lot better. And the new spawner I made deletes them when you get past a certain distance. So yeah, it's all good. Only problem with it is that if the radius is small, they'll load back in and they'll have some of them will have a completely different skin, and you'll be like, wait, that wasn't the one I was just near. But that assumes that they have a very low radius. And it'll work with spectator camera too. What biome is it, Marka in? Morrison. That wasn't a problem. That was just a workaround to an actual problem, which was they teleported all the time. So they would be fighting you, and then they'd teleport because there was movement obstruction on. Turned that off, and now they just chase you forever because they do. That was what I was trying to get them to do. So now everything needs to be reset back to either 60 or 30 or something. But I kind of do want them to aggro you a lot, because you shouldn't walk near an iguanodon and you're a Utahraptor. They want to kill you. Especially once they get babies. Alright, there we go. It freaking moved me! No wonder it took so long. It was like, oh wait, you're supposed to spawn over here. Oh wait, okay, really? Let's just... No wonder it took so long. It was like, you're not supposed to spawn over here. Ah, look at that, it's still giving me trouble. Alright. Hoo-ah! Wait, what? I just teleported the rain. I literally just teleported the rain. That was dumb. Okay. Select the raptor. Now, we'll move you all the way over there. Don't you down me! Come back! Come back! And I can't get enough good frames to be able to teleport him back up, so I will set him at 10,000. There we go. Now he's back on land. And remember, the game runs better than this in cooked version. It's just running like trash for me because So much stuff is loaded up at once. Alright, there we go. We should be in a good spot. So we're getting 30 frames in like one of the worst types of settings for the game to be loaded in. Also with other stuff running. Why is my UI blurry? Okay, it was only temporarily blurry. Come on, we can do this. We didn't get 10 feet. I think we are technically swimming. Maybe. But Utah doesn't have swimming animations. Actually, I'm not sure if that was swimming, because he came to a halt pretty quickly. I wish it wasn't raining all the time. Yep, that's as far as you can make it, about halfway across. Yeah, I definitely wasn't swimming if I was able to jump out of the water. Why do I feel like I put so much more love and care into this area? Yeah, the river. That one was... I was really caught off guard by how much that acro was pursuing me. Alright, I should be able to find the little pond. Here we go. Man, even this forest is bigger than I thought it was. It's still raining. Ugh. Yeah, it was. It was like, let me see. What's the best part of this for me to cross? And it found it. No joke. Okay, so this is actually swimming because I can't jump. Even though there's no animations to correspond with it, he's technically swimming. And I love that all non-swimmer dinosaurs swim at a snail's pace. Like, you can't escape a crocodile like this. You can't escape a Spinosaur like this. And you can't chase a Mashikasaurus like this. So they have a distinct advantage in the water. Why am I drifting? I'm like really drifting. Did I break something and then not remember? Like, I'm actually like all over the place. Okay, fixed. I don't know what button I had to press to fix that. Yeah, currently they do the same amount of damage as the Deinosuchus, but they're a little bit bigger, so their reach is better. And I just love the ripples in the water. So this is just a small little clearing and a small little forest. It's nothing compared to that one over there. This is going to be like the old days with that forest I made in that test map, where I literally got lost trying to find this one Torvosaurus. I might show y'all the video from that one day. I think I still have it saved somewhere. Yeah, this is around the same size as Australovenator. And about the same speed. Well, I think Australovenator is going to be a little faster. Excuse me, a little faster. Oh, and let me just show you, you can drink from the lakes. I mean, the river. You know, I thought it was more shallow here than it... Or more flush against the ground than it is. Let me go up here and see. Times speed. This one's better, even though it's still not up against ground. But yeah, you can drink from it. So no more dying with this giant river beside you because you couldn't find water. Yeah, it is for that. So some dinosaurs, like Utahraptor, Gallimimus, their ability is they press X and then they can charge. For other dinosaurs, it's supposed to be an uncontrolled charge, like Pachycephalosaurus, Carnotaurus. They're supposed to have a burst that they can't really control that well. They can right now, but they're not supposed to be able to control it that well. And what ends up happening is they can do a lot of damage, or if they run into an obstacle, they can hurt themselves. That's the plan, at least. That's why the Utahraptor spreads its arms when it does this charge. It's like it's trying to grab you. I don't know why it's still raining. Wondering if rain is broken. Or at least it breaks once you step outside of the game for a second. But, let me use spectator cam and turn the time of day back because I don't like this part of the time of day. Oh, it teleported me back because that's what spectator cam does. Oh, Muttaburrasaurus, Leelinosaura, and Australovenator. I don't know as much about that whole region as I should. But first thing is to get the callback dinosaurs. So Leelinosaur won't be playable. It'll be like a reskin of Nanosaurs. Oh, I said I was going to do the thing where I delete everything in this area. Every AI in the map, and then we start adding them the right way. So first, I would need to make a list of all the AI. So I make sure I keep a good catalog of them. And what this should allow, there can be way more AI, because technically there would be none in the map, and they would only be spawning in once you got near the area, rather than spawning in initially, then despawning, which is not good for load times for the map. This reminds me of the first day streaming the first Pangea map, which was way too large. You know, I never spend much time in Utah, this Utah area here for the Morrison. But Raiden and I played in it. It was fun because we were Giganotosaurs. We had walked all the way from over there across the flatlands at night, and then it turned daytime and we started burning to death. So it was wonderful. We had to get to the trees quick so we could get in the shade. And then there's our dormant volcano. Maybe I should just make the spectator cam controls already. I've been trying to focus on more important stuff, but this is kind of annoying. Oh, I guess I could speed this up by times 20 and I would be there already. Slowpoke McGee, me. Just needed to test that. Yeah, it's a real wasteland and it's hot. Okay, I like this area. I'm gonna have to do some location scouting for the next trailer. Yeah, doing it. I'm sick and tired of only being able to show updates through pictures and dev streams. I want a big trailer. One on the scale that I was going to do a year ago and then 6 months ago and still haven't gotten around to because it just didn't pan out the way I wanted. But you can actually see that trailer that didn't pan out in the main menu of the game. Those scenes with the Andysaurus looking up and the humans talking to each other. Not the one from the original trailer, but the one where they're just standing around talking to each other. That one is from the new trailer that never came out. Because I couldn't get one shot with the crocodiles to work the way I had intended for it to work. And it's just me using a mouse and keyboard. If you use a controller, you're going to get a lot better and smoother camera movements. All right. What's missing from this region? Because I want to finish this stuff up before I close and submit the levels. I don't mean finish it up as in it has to be 100% complete, just like finish setting it up. That's a nice establishing shot. I think we'll do a different type of tree here, because even though it's the same biome, I don't want everything to be so repetitive. We might keep the same type of low-lying plants or add some more. Just don't want to use monkey puzzles again. What other type of trees do I have? I guess that's a good way to figure out. Try this. These are the cypress trees, which I think did poorly in performance before, but I can try them now and see, you know, what they give this time around. Alright, so what were the new trees I just grabbed? Where are they? One here, and then the bald cypress trees. Here. Alright, trees are a little small. So let's see, they're 1-to-1 here. Yeah, that's definitely not big enough for a pine tree. Let's see, 3 to 4.75. And then let's do 2.5 to 3.75. Maybe not. Maybe the cypress trees can be smaller. More of them. I actually liked that view distance before. Which ones do I need to increase? These were set to 15,000. Let's set them to 35. And now, good. Now we have a better view distance. Now, one thing I know about these bald cypress trees was that they were really, really unoptimized. So I have no problem with them loading in at that distance. But maybe the pine trees don't need to load out that far. Let's compare them to these and see. They got about the same load distance as the monkey puzzles. Maybe that's fine. Oops. Oh my goodness. All right. I think. No, let's get this back lot here. Alright, I think we're good. It's a mix. It's mostly based on what they felt like in the documentaries we watched growing up, because that's what we try to... the feel we try to replicate. I guess some mountains would have been nice to have, even if you're not that tall. Let's save. we've been stuck on the same song for forever, and I know it's appropriate because of where we are in the map, but it's another one I want to listen to. What does it say? Too smooth? Flatten? That said 3 times bigger. Okay, that was a little too much, but I don't want to hit undo because undo causes problems. So I do flatten, smaller size, and weaker strength. Not that weak. Okay, that's better. Maybe we surround these areas with mountains too. That way the horizon isn't flat, which is always an unappealing look. Or almost always. Let's ensure we didn't just cover the little pond. We didn't. Last one here. Fill out spaces. Alright, now we venture into here and looks a lot better, but I think this area is still really lacking, so I'll make a big mountain here. In fact, I'll use a different shape if I can. horizon. Maybe not this part. Looks just a little bit too uniform in size. So I'd bring this side down. And we just created an ocean, which is fine. Now we have to go through the daunting task of smoothing out these areas because they will be very polygonal. The point is to make sure that all the areas that are meant to be crossed can be crossed without the character just walking straight over, triangles. Check up on the pond, make sure we didn't destroy any superstructures. We didn't. Good. Now I just need to breeze over these areas, make sure that they're, refined for players. Look over them twice. Yeah, eventually, like forest fires and volcanoes, and floods, stuff that's designed to kill you. I'll smooth this area out one more time. Alright, that looks good to me. Nothing stands out. Well, maybe this area a little bit. And look at that. We got ourselves a whole new region on the map that's laid out. Save it. This is gonna take a while. Let me get something to drink. This is taking a while. Why didn't that take nearly as long as it should have? Alright, closing this down. Let me do my off-screen submissions for Pangea Major, Gondwana, and the sublevels associated with it. Because I'm about to break stuff. Well, it's not really breaking if you're dismantling to fix. Okay, Perforce, I said open. Good grief. Yeah, now it wants to open too. Like, oh, you said open the other one. Yeah, you were taking forever. Oh, did I miss anything in the chat? Nope. Maps. Here we go. So we got Pangea Major, we got the POIs, we got Gondwana. Submit. Right, submission change list. Submitted maps before removing AI. That's just to help me keep track of stuff. 3%. Is it stuck on just one particular file? Nothing's still open, is it? Possible it's treating it like it is? Oh, it's just stuck. It's stuck on Gondwana UMAP, as in it's taking forever for it to submit just that one file. Oh boy, I can't imagine how long Pangea Major is going to take. Ugh. Any questions in the chat while chat's kind of gotten quiet? While this takes forever, because it is taking forever. Alright. Frozen. Why is Unreal still open? The only reason I haven't closed you with Task Manager is because I'm submitting something and I don't want anything to go wrong. Probably an hour or less. Maybe less. Because you're starting from Fukui Raptor. It's Aristeon that might take, you know, an hour and a half. Unless you go on a slaughtering spree, in which case, sure, you'll get it done a lot faster. %, of the way through submitting Gondwana. Good grief, just one map took this long and it's still stuck at 3% for the entire submission. I guess I can get all the Mosasaur assets exported. It's just 3 animations: idle, swim, fast. No, idle, swim, regardless of speed, and a bite, which I don't have yet. Maybe 4. Maybe we'll have a slower swim, so you can tell the difference. Probably not. They seem kind of pack hunty to me. No, we won't have extinct mammals in the game because my other game, Ecclesia, deals with extinct Cenozoic creatures. Or not deals with, it has them as the animals in the world. AI Osteoraptors won't attack, probably won't attack player Osteoraptors. Especially with the new group system we have where you can add AI to your team, to your pack. Alright, let's get these exported. Put the flippers down. It's still not done. It's only 69% of the way there. Alright, let's get this sucker exported. 80% of the way there. Good grief. Because it's having to do all the different tiles by themselves. Alright, let's see what else we can move on to. Move back to this guy. See what we can do for him. Is it done? Looks like it is. Alright, back to Unreal Engine work. It's still not open yet. Never mind. I was about to just go running on our engine, but it's not open. Oh my goodness. Back to work. For real. Get a lot of stuff done. Still not open yet. Back to it. So deleting all the AI in the level. Will there be current dinosaurs that are only AI? Not. Yes, there are some now. I think there's half a dozen. Can't even think of which ones they would be. No, it's more than half a dozen. It may be a dozen. Because they're just, they're just there. Some of them are reskins. Some of them are specific dinosaurs. Like, Isanosaurus is supposed to be playable, but it's not yet, so it's just AI. looks like all 486 actors with BP underscore AI are actual AI members, not other AI related things. So, delete. Let's go. Delete this. All right. Check out. Look at that. Smooth frames, everything. Alright, now I want to test some mosasaur stuff, and I want to test it in a region that's close enough to walk to the water. Which one spawns closest to the sea? Spinosaurus or Machikosaurus? I think it's Machikosaurus. So I'll open up this one. Yeah. Never mind, I have to open up 4 different landscapes just to get that whole area. We'll do Spino. Never mind. Actually, we don't have to be Spino, we can be something else in that same environment. Same spawn location. This would be a nice area to test. So let's get the mosasaur in here. And also this is a good area to test the AI spawn system in general. Mosasaurus V2. I don't remember the Cruel Sea music. Yeah, I do now. Never mind. let's make this new whatchamacall. Okay, we want a character. We'll call it Moza Sor AI. It can translate to anything, I guess. And I'll code a little bit off screen to get some stuff set up. Gravity. 0. Sphere radius. Set that in the construction script. Let's set it to 15,000. Alright. I can bring this over now. Actually, I can't because I need to make a blueprint. Did it properly export the animations? It didn't. Okay. Why? Why is everything tiny? Ugh. I'm so sick of stuff like this. I'm actually really sick of stuff like this. It only seems to happen with certain skeletons. But I still haven't found why. Really doesn't make any sense. Okay, let me look into this real quick. know nothing. Okay, one way to test this is to load them up in Blender and see what size they are. They look right to me. So why they're wrong in Unreal makes no sense. It's not like one of them has a weird scale. Let's try something else. This doesn't make any sense. Oh, this stuff just happens, and then I have to spend forever trying to figure out what it could possibly be. Check chat. Hey Survival Studios, thank you for joining the stream. I genuinely don't know what the heck's up. Is it supposed to bring up the dialogue box? It's certainly not doing that. I think that would be an engine feature, an editor feature. See, that's not right either. Is it? Do I just have to scale it up times 100 even though it should be right? Looks like it. Ugh, that's so stupid. Ugh, that's so stupid. It's disgusting. Alright. Shouldn't ever have to do stuff like that. Alright. Let's make its blend space. In fact, I forgot I needed 2 more animations. Let's see if I have to do this one the same way. No, I didn't. Ugh. Stuff should be enough to drive you up a wall. Guess I didn't think about that part. No, never mind. He'll be aiming the right way. This should be right. Moza, turn, yeah. Direction 45, 45. Actually, that should take a while. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing some stuff in the chat. Oh, this currently is in Antarctica. We're in North Africa, because I needed proximity to the beach. All right, to a good beach. Let's see here. Let's do the blend space. his normal map needs to be flipped. Begin overlap. What was the thing I needed to do with this? Move to. Test out the preliminaries. On land. And now let's put a Kim spawn right here. That should make the Spino spawn in the most recent one. Or Karkaro. I don't care. Actually, yeah, Karkaro is not broken like the Spino's tail is broken. Sauropods are basically Chad plesiosaurs that walk on land. I agree. Alright, even without a bunch of AI in the level, it's still going to take a bit for this to load up properly. And since I've done what I feel like I need to do in Blender, I'm going to close it now. It's taken a while. It's the first time loading up the map since I closed it down and let it power down for a while. So it should still load up faster and better than it was doing before. Takes a while. It's still trying to figure out where it is. I'm telling you, this stuff loads in like 30 seconds in the cooked version of the game. I guess it doesn't help that I set the, what's it called, right there to load a Utahraptor by default each time. Instead of no class, and then the class selection system decides how I spawn in. So that was probably why it took some amount of time longer, is that it had to teleport me. Aerosteon is going to look like a Carcharodontosaurized version of a Megaraptor. So it's going to have a little bit more stout jaw, slightly shorter arms. Slightly. There won't be, his hands won't be gigantic like Australovenator. It's going to be just enough that you feel like it's the apex of the Megaraptorans. Carcharodontosaurus. No, it did not load him in the more recent one. It's fine, I just need to know where I'm taking this guy. For this run. Other runs, I'm not going to do this. Okay, he didn't do a thing. Alright, let's delete the other one at least. Alright, let's see. Move 2. Okay, so one of the reasons is this one I use requires navigation. So I'm gonna put good grief. Can I simply disable the other one? I don't feel like it should require this, but I guess no. Well, no. I think the very, very unknown Rapator, or however you say it, is the apex of the whatever Australia's formation is by itself. So, and it's not playable. So Australovenator is not its own apex. It will be until Rapator is done. But it's not supposed to be the top predator you can see in that environment. Nothing. I'm trying a really simple way of doing this. No, that's what I'm saying. In game, Rapator would be the top predator in the region, but it just wouldn't be playable. I'm really wondering if it's something else. Because I feel like it should be going. Maybe if I do that. Also, it is actually taking too long to do this each time. Rapator. Yep, that's it. Still nothing. Let's check its overlap sphere radius. It says overlap all dynamic, but it doesn't overlap this. So let's try that. Maybe it just didn't know what it was supposed to hit this entire time. Okay, I actually hit the thing this time because I set it to block instead of overlap. But he definitely just responded. What song are we on? Did I really set Cruel Sea to loop? I don't remember setting it to loop. Okay. Definitely changes its rotation when I leave. Oh, that explains a lot. Okay, I know what I did. I know what I did. Simple AI code. And I still got it so wrong. So, found target. Alright, so what that does, I just set it to do it anytime I'm within the radius of the sphere. Will there be diseases and illness in the game? I don't think so. I don't think I allotted for that in the factor of things that can kill you. Exposure and weather, natural disasters, AI, humans. But I don't think I allotted for disease. Because I don't even know what you would do to cure it. Would you go find a certain type of plant? Would you just be doomed? Okay. What? That's the first thing. It's moving toward it on the wrong axis. And it's more rotating toward the actor. So I'm going to use, again, AI move to. And I'm going to print this. Because there's no AI in the world, usually that's what's taking up most of the print string. So maybe we can get away with none of it. Yeah, it's because it's facing on the wrong axis. Right now I just want it to move toward me, which really all I need. Yeah, Rapatter is cool, from what we know about it. Kind of an enigma, but I'm all about throwing unknown mystery soars into the game. I'm not sure why AI move to only means if it's something like this, I'm gonna be mad. It better not be. Now the default speed is 600, so that's not it. Let's set him to flying. Why am I doing it this way? I'm just going to set it to tick and see if it'll automatically just come over to the Carcharodontosaurus. Still didn't work. Player character. Target is that player. Flex hard. Switch it to Tyrannosaurus. Okay, now it's moving. Alright, now I can at least get it set up on the right axis. let's set a 750. Okay, I think the acceptance radius is... Yeah, I'll figure it out. See if it follows me down here. Nope. I would if he could take damage. Okay, I think this kind of proves that acceptance radius is not what I thought it was. It's not defined. Why not? Why would it be so difficult just to put a description there? Okay, now let's try simple move to actor. Listen to something else. Actually, I'm so sick and tired. Just so you guys know, that's Jane Goodall. That's an ad. I'm not of my own will watching a white woman hooting like a chimpanzee. Good grief. So annoying. That was annoying. If I get outside of the navigation, he stops. Okay, so this is the one that's using the navigation to figure it out, which I hate. Move to. There should be a simple move to that doesn't require navigation. I feel like I've done one of these before where it didn't require that, but I don't know if it was a pawn or not. Or rather, a character. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of these locations would be really good for those kinds of finds that we have. Like, I'm still trying to figure out where I want to put the natural predator trap. Now that I'm outside of the navigation, he leaves me alone. That's what I don't like. And it doesn't work when he's in the air, which is weird. Or what he thinks to be the air. So this is all really annoying. Maybe if I try move component too. That really shouldn't work anyway. Maybe console. I don't see it happening with mobiles just because you'd have to turn down so many settings to get it to work. Kind of like the Switch. Then you end up with muddy. The Unreal Engine doesn't really work that well with a lot of mobile stuff. I mean, you can do it, but kind of don't want to go down that path. Especially when we still have so much left to do with PC. Okay, somebody's near me, and he won't back off. Well, he's busted, but oh well. So that's what I used the last time in Ecclesia and what was so annoying. Alright, so I can't use that. I just want it to go toward that thing. Okay, let me think. Let me think. I think what this is demonstrated is that it's not going. I can try this. Perhaps this one doesn't require. Let's try it. Move to location or actor. Okay, let me look up something real quick. UE4. Nav mesh. Way to answer the question, buddy. Alright. All the dude asked was a simple question, and people don't want to answer it. Okay. Somebody said move to location has a parameter for use pathfinding. There it is. Always check by dropping down. Okay. The components. Yep. Okay, so we don't have to use pathfinding for that. Now, Moses should be able to find us regardless of navigation meshes or not, and it should just move to us in a straight line. Oh, let me check the chat. I haven't been looking. Nope, nothing. Getting kind of hungry. Almost time for some ramen noodles. Brain food for some kind of young person, I guess. Yeah. Ramen noodles. It's the stuff of legend. Hold up. The acceptance radius of... Okay, why is the acceptance radius -1? Still not getting anything. Is it because... Okay, let's do some stuff. I thought this would be the simple part, just getting it to move to the player without navigation. And then every forum where someone was asking, can you move something without navigation, the person's like, you should use navigation. I don't understand why people in Unreal Engine groups can't just answer the question. If a person is looking to do something a certain way, just say, I don't know how to do it. Don't assume that you know what they really want deep down in their hearts and they just don't know how to ask. They said, how can you do this without navigation? And they get 10 answers about navigation. So sick and tired of that. Just say, I don't know is an acceptable answer. You know, that I don't know is a really acceptable answer. Okay, now, regardless of anything, it actually is facing us, even if we're outside of the nav mesh. So that's good. And it's moving really slowly. That's I don't even know what to make of that. I don't even care. But it is moving to the location. Now, if I set the speed times 20, will it eventually get here? Yes. So we finally got that part down. And it's doing it in the air, which means it can do it in the water. I don't know why he's so slow, though. Okay, what warnings are we getting? Access none, trying to read the property player character, so I'll just set it to when player character is valid, so we don't get any errors from this guy ever. Hopefully. Okay. Speed. His fly speed is set to 600. I feel like he should be moving faster. Let's set all of his speeds up. And his acceleration times 2. Now let's try it. Because he was moving that entire time, regardless of whether or not we were in the navigation radius, which is good. That would be the starting point from which we need to move on and get stuff to work in the ocean. And I probably put his spawn rather than trying to figure out, oh, are they in the water? Are they swimming in the water? Blah blah blah. I probably just put his spawn point in the water, far enough out that you have to go into the water to get attacked by him. So that way he's not trying to figure out, is this person on the shoreline or whatever. Is he? What do you call that? He just was teleporting forward instead of actually traveling. Can we try and put some real distance between us? So clearly his speed is not tied to that. And he got here. Alright. Since technically we have something working, regardless of the speed, which doesn't really make any sense to me. Okay, let me look that up. Move to actor or location. Speed. Yeah, of course, there's no answer on that. After a bit of researching, I was able to find this post. Nobody answered it. I think it's kind of crazy this doesn't have a speed adjustment thing. Let's change some settings real quick. See what we get. Continuous goal tracking and lock AI logic have been their roles reversed. What do you plan on doing after the game's completion? Doing another game? Because I'm already doing another game. So that's when we move on to the next thing. Unannounced. We got to line up for a decade. More than a decade, maybe. I don't like the idea of being either one-hit wonder or working on the same game for forever. I don't want to get to the point with Pangea where I don't like it because I spent too many years on it. Wait a minute. Did I just come up with an ingenious thought? At begin play, set local time. Okay, no, there's got to be something for this. Time dilation. Set custom time dilation. Let's set it to 5. If that's the way we can control the speed, I'm fine with it. That would be hilarious if that actually worked. Yeah, that would totally be in a 1,000 IQ moment if that worked. If it doesn't work, it's a minus 1,000 IQ moment. Come on, load up. Let's see what we got. Look at that! 12,000 IQ. I can't actually get away from him. He's that fast. I'm a genius. Now, only thing I can't think of is how well I do his attacks. But I think I might have some stuff I can use on that. Alright, so we'll just go ahead and hook up his stuff. In his animation blueprint is valid. Get velocity, vector length, speed. Now we want to get and calculate direction. Now we put the turn aim offset in there, and then we plug in direction. One less thing. We plug in our slots. Default slot, and now we need another one. Yes, all hail Genius Man. Let's get this hooked up. Alright, let's try it. 1,000 IQ Link would be proud. Well, see, the thing is, I am 1,000 IQ Link because Link is a link between the player and his character. So, whenever I solve a puzzle in Zelda, I am 1,000 IQ Link. I accept this answer without prejudice. Okay, that's kind of intimidating. Alright, but one thing I can do is I can set his blend spaces to run. Okay, you know, I can also put some more control over all of this stuff by having him interp the goal, where he's trying to get to. V interp to. Current is get actor location self. Target is this. Delta time is here. And the interp speed is 0.5. Now I can control that part better. But let's set the play rate to half. he went the other way. I think he ran into me and then hit the other way. Wonder what happened to him. And then all of a sudden he pops back to life. As soon as he gets close. That part's weird, but I think that just may be a bad attempt at interpolation. Oh well. It's worth a try. Alright, I think that's good. Well, actually, no. I think that 1.75 would be a good speed. Now we need another sphere. Now I need an on begin overlap. Right now I just want to see if it's player character. I think once I get this part up, that'll be it for the stream tonight. Once I can assure myself that it's running pretty well, I think that'll be it. Somehow when the game glitches, the creature gets closer to you. Darn it. I didn't tell it what traces to search for. don't see any animation playing, but then again, he's swarmed on top of me. Tired, so I just want to get this working. Trace by channel. So tired. We'll make this the last attempt. Unless it's like something really obvious. Because we end up waiting more to launch it each time than we did programming. Okay, seriously? Okay, he did play the animation. Now he's just in a loop. Alright, so we did get it to work-ish. worry, guys. I'll figure it out. But that was a good thing we got to. So late that I'm forgetting English. I wish I had a Timon let me at him clip. But I'm too tired to search for it. So I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Really appreciate it. And stayed up with me this long if it's late where you are. Yeah, we did a lot of good work today. And next thing is just, populating the world with the AI spawners, which I guess I should show you how they work because I told you about them earlier. So let me just put an AI spawner here. Alright, it's there. Right here. So I just tell it what I want it to spawn. Spawn a Gallimimus. It won't do anything because there's no navigation, or rather, let's just put it inside the navigation so it'll do something. Never mind. And then that'll be it, and I'll let y'all go. Probably when the spectator mode is complete in functionality, or complete in functionality, or that, well, probably that, and the world being populated with hopefully more AI but better optimized. That will be when it'll make the most sense. Yeah, so really spectator mode is just, speed changes, time dilation changes. I guess a replay system. Replay system. It's a good thing Unreal has built-in replay code. And like cinematic bands, post-processing, all that stuff. Time of day controls. Okay, so the Gallimimus spawned in. For some reason, it doesn't want to run or acknowledge that there is navigation here. Show navigation. Huh. Okay, that's weird. Actually, it's probably not. Yeah, it's dynamic. Okay. Last thing, because I don't like leaving stuff where it didn't work. I don't know why, but for some reason they don't want to react whenever stuff is dynamic. So let me just fix it so it's not. You'd think that would be that whatever it is, it would be the opposite of that. Okay, but now we gotta set to static. Want to let it rebuild. Perfect sad music to underscore how tired I am. I give it a second. I can die later. No. I live as long as I can. And you do the same. Eat some ramen noodles, watch Ed, Edd n Eddy, pass out. That'll be a good night. Wonder if that was why it wasn't working earlier with some of that other stuff. I don't even care. Because it was set to dynamic or whatever. Alright. Working or not, you're gonna listen this time. Okay, maybe Gallimimus just doesn't respond. But if I go outside of the galley's range, which I think was 20,000. Let's just say. Probably should have said it lower before I started. Just because. There you go. See, he deleted himself. And now he's back in. Now he's out. Now he's in. So that's it. Visually looks similar to the same system we've got. Okay, I don't need a crescendo of epic music. Screen froze, so I have no choice. Wow. Way to do me like that, soundtrack. But I can hit close tab. Alright. Basically, it's so similar. Why does it keep chasing you down? Because I've got it set to only pursue when a player, like as soon as it starts and there is a player, to just go after it. Because that's how the AI is going to be once you're in the ocean, is that Moza doesn't care, it's coming after you. But the galley was what you should have been paying attention to. Basically, that spawning system is the same. It's very similar to the one we got now, except the one we got now turns off the AI and makes them invisible, but they're still loaded. That's why a few months ago when we had 11-minute load times for Pangea Major, that was why. Because they were all loaded in, and it needed to process those 900 AI. So I cut the number in half and got to 450 and cut the loading time down to 30 seconds. Theoretically now, what I'm doing is I'm cutting the entire, fauna number and having it where they only spawn in when you get close and completely despawn when you get away from them. That way, loading into the map, there's virtually nothing there. And then once you get away from it, it's not still taking up resources. The spawner is taking up resources, but that's a lot less than the AI creature taking up resources. So this is my plan to optimize AI code. And that's it. I love you all for joining and for putting up with my yawning, stretching, and occasional blackouts. I wonder how long I've been streaming. How many days has it been? So we're going to try and do this again soon. Hopefully not another month goes by between a development stream. Maybe a week or two. And that'll give me enough time to showcase the new stuff. And Antarctica will probably, and Australia will probably be done completely by that point, so that everything is almost ready for the next build to ship out, which seems to be where we get a lot of our attention from is updates and patches, and I'm glad about it because it keeps me working hard. So thank you for joining. Appreciate you all. See you next time, and adapt, survive, thrive. All right.